Hey, here we go. Here we go. Oh. Alright, we'll just hop in here. Keep it real low key for this first draft. And then I am going to pull up preseason too. Watch a little bit of that. What's going on. And yeah, just have a night. Yeah, let me do that. How's everybody doing? Mahomes had a behind the back pass today. Completely unnecessary, but I would not want to be the dude that was supposed to cover that behind the back pass. Is Jaden Daniels playing his preseason game today? Alright, I think we're ready. I draft 10th overall. Alright, I think we're ready. Forget how I did this last time. Oh. Alright, I'll wait till the commercials are up. All right. Brees Hall and McCaffrey are off the board. And then he goes with McCaffrey. CeeDee Lamb is up. All right. We'll probably get Jonathan Taylor here. If not, might go Garrett Wilson. All right, Garrett Wilson goes, so. Marvin Harris. Okay. This guy's just messing around. He picked Drake London and Marvin Harrison. I'll just go with Gibbs. Guess that could be somebody's strat. I mean, I would not pick them so early. Oh, we get this guy hurt. That sucks. Is that his mom too? All right. Oh, Skylar Thompson. Wow. I want to see if Jaden Daniels is still out there. I'm sure they don't have him going. I'm sure he's probably set for this season, but I haven't really watched much preseason at all. First down. Okay, so we got two running backs already. Um, Mike Evans, he had the most touchdowns last year, so I think that kind of bloated his stats. But he will be the only target in Tampa Bay. Let me go with Ayuk first. He had just as good of a year efficiently. He just didn't have the touchdowns, so those are always hard to gauge. Oh, it's not my pick. Dude, you would have made money on that preseason bet. First touchdown of the game. Mike Evans is still here. He's definitely better than all of these receivers. Out of all of these dudes, I would probably take Mike Evans. Devontae Smith is a little weird. It's hard to gauge how his season's going to be. Okay, that's a bad pick. I probably wouldn't do that. But I got Neighbors. He'll be the number one in New York. And they can't be worse than last year. It's kind of like impossible, so. Wow. Horrible. Let me just turn that off for now. I need to get something better than the Dolphins Commanders. Let me get something else pulled up. Oh, was that even Skylar Thompson? I thought he was tall. Okay, so we got two receivers, two running backs. Diggs, Debo, Waddle, Hurts, and Mike Evans just went. Mike Evans and Devontae Smith went two picks after, like the next two picks after Malik Neighbors. So I was definitely right there perfectly with the value in that situation. I just didn't go with them. It's hard to have. I don't know. It's hard to see how the Eagles' offense is going to look. You'd imagine they'd be a top four team in the conference this year, just based off talent alone and the coaching we do know about. But yeah, let me pull up a different game. We got Bills, Steelers, Cardinals, Colts, Panthers, Jets. Probably good on that one. Rams, Chargers. Also probably good on that. And then Bucks, Jags. I feel like I don't know enough about the Bucks and Jags, so I might go with them. I might pull them up on here just because I don't know enough about them or how their season's going to be. Seahawks, Tennessee would be a good preseason game too. I really don't know about them. Yeah, I'll pull up the Seahawks, Tennessee. Okay. Actually, I did see the Jaguars preseason game last week. Ooh, so we got Pickens, Stroud, Kincaid. We got a whole bunch of people to pick from here. Oh, I need a tight end. We got 2 tight ends sitting here. We got 3 tight ends sitting here that I'd realistically take at 63. So I'll go with the best available receiver then. McBride could have been nice. It is only his second year though. We've seen more of a sample size out of George Pickens. So that's why I picked him. And we're going to come back around on the pick. Well, I'm sure this Commanders game is back up. It is. I don't think Jaden Daniels is out there. This is a pretty good training for the Dolphins. I might be able to wait another round on tight ends. Ingram and McBride are still here. And then Kittle and Njoku. I might be able to get Ferguson a round back and pull my QB here. You know what I'm going to do with that? I'm going to get my quarterback down. Stroud, I think is primed for like a top 10 type of year. Even though it is only his second year. Great. Mike White is going to be coming up, guys. Mariota's injured, guys. Who would have thought? Alright, so we're another round in. We are going to need to grab our tight end right now. I don't know how these two guys' picks are looking. Yeah, Kincaid. He is Laporta, but just to be sure, I don't think the talent pool drops off too much to grab my tight end now. Jordan Love just went, so I'm fine with not, getting him. Kirk, 49ers. I think I'm okay with not getting any of them. Be cool to be a preseason coach though. You can just call anything you want. Oh wow. And they should probably not call that anymore. I'm gonna get Zach Moss, get my backup running back going. He's going to be a catching threat. Is that guy gonna be the last person on the team? Last on the depth chart? Oh, I thought Turpin was gonna be doing the running backs. Or Cedric Wilson Jr. I forgot what team he's on. All right, let's get this keyboard out of here. We gotta lock in. We gotta finish this draft up. Turn that off too. That's more important, but. Alright, next pick. Oof. What would you guys pick here? I could get the other Bengals running back. You know what? Let's do it. We got both Bengals running backs. So if they're a conference winning team, they're winning the division, then that could be good for us. And I have an insurance policy too. Like I'm sure Zach Moss is going to be the lead guy in Cincinnati. That's why I picked him. Wow. That game was horrible. The Raiders Cowboys are going to be coming up though. Going to be interesting seeing how the Raiders offense looks and how the Cowboys defense looks with Trey Lance. He's not horrible. I think he just has some problems seeing the field. I'd probably go with another running back there. Get my fifth. No, I think I'm alright with that. I got Brian Thomas Jr. He's probably the best in this pool. Worthy will be interesting this year, but rookies usually don't do great in the Kansas City offense. The only one that has was Rashee Rice and Pacheco, so recency bias would lead us to believe that Worthy will be a good pick. Mike White. That streak ends this year. We still have another hour on the Cowboys Raiders, so guess I'll just leave this on. I do need a defense, but I could probably wait. Yeah, I'll wait for a defense until my next set of picks. I need a receiver here. I think I could get a backup quarterback. You know what? I'll get Caleb. Why not? It'll all be preseason hype, but if that one hits, it's also probably a better bet than Adonai Mitchell, who I was thinking there, and Demario Douglas. Both those guys are just so young. They might not be the best for fantasy. Let's see how old this guy is. Yeah, he's 21 years old. He'll be 22, but it's very young for a professional athlete. They just keep getting younger and younger nowadays, so. Oh, let me get my defense here. I like the Saints and I like the Chiefs. They have a lot of similar matchups. I'll go with the Chiefs, though. I feel like with a more balanced offense and more consistent offense, the Chiefs' defense will be good. They also have a very favorable schedule. So, you have a division-winning football team. You at least have a top 8 defense, top 10. It's pretty good in a 12-man. I feel like they have a potential to have big games this year too. More big games over the Saints. But the Saints look pretty good too. I feel like the Saints are just a little slow at adjusting. So all the set up game plans, like the first 2 or 3 drives of each half, at least the first drive of each half, teams usually plan out all the plays that they're running in that because they already have a game plan to get a touchdown. And I feel like the Saints never really adjust well to that. The initial drive usually messes them up, and then they figure it out and start to warm up. Willie Snead, that's crazy. He's still in the league. That wasn't bad, but I can see why they'd want to call it. There's a holding call on Snead. I want to see him get a catch. I realize he's still in the league. Dude has to be almost 30 by now. It's a pretty good route by him. Mike White. So I'm pretty good. I have 4 receivers and 4 running backs. I have CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams, and I also have my defense already picked. So at this point, I'm just kind of looking for people that are going to round my team out. And I think somebody that does that well is Josh Downs. If he can stay healthy, this guy tested as some of the best ability to get open in the league last year. And that was on a Colts team that had Gardner Minshew throwing the ball. So obviously they were a little offensively in an uphill battle. I'll get a backup defense now. I usually don't do that, but there's still enough prospects in these last 2 rounds that I could get somebody further down here and play off my defense too. Just because I feel like the Dolphins and Chiefs defenses, you kind of know the matchups that they're going to dominate. Like the best ones the Chiefs had were against the Raiders, who had one of the worst offenses in the league last year. They did okay against the Broncos, who were pretty bad too. And then the Dolphins, both times they played the Jets, they absolutely blew them out. and got like 20 plus points on defense. And then, it won't be as good of that, but I feel like the Chiefs and Dolphins are very predictable in how they're going to beat teams, how they're going to play teams, game plan for teams. It's crazy there's only 10 offensive linemen on most teams. They only have one backup apiece behind them. So if you're seventh on that pecking order and two guys go down, then you're starting in the NFL. Like, that's crazy. Especially because it's 5 different positions. They just move you guys around, and yeah, guard is one of the easiest position to play and kind of be hidden. So Chuba Hubbard fell to me. I feel like that is the best prospect left here with the most upside. Cole Kmet went, so I'll go with Chuba Hubbard, and then kicker. Doesn't really matter. I'll I'll just go with Dicker just because of his name. Should be a safe pick because he has a cool name, right? And there we go. This is my team. Fumble. Wow. And the Dolphins guy's hurt, who had a brace on his knee. Oh man. I feel like the Commanders are going to be good soon. They're going to be a pretty decent team this year. So yeah, we got our 2 running backs, our 2 receivers. Then we kind of filled our team out with 2 flex options and backups at those positions. So by the first 8 rounds, we had three running backs and 3 receivers, and we mixed in Stroud and Ferguson there. So I'm very confident with that. I don't know how we got Stroud, but I'll take him. And then we got the Bengals running back, which would be good for Moss, and we got another receiver, got another quarterback, and Caleb. Chiefs defense downs, Dolphins defense, Chuba Hubbard and Dicker. So we got a lot of different players to play. 5 running backs, 5 receivers. All right, we'll run another one. Man, 8 minutes out. There we go. It's crazy. It sucks too. Man, these offensive line backups are both terrible on each teams. Oh my gosh. He went to the right place. He just wasn't confident in that throw. Look, it's Kendall Fuller. Calais Campbell. This Dolphins team is kind of dangerous. You got a bunch of dudes probably in their last year playing. Like 3 or 4 guys that have at one point been great players. Anthony Weaver. That guy looks huge. His gloves are in his pants. Alright. Dang. Oh man. Willie Snead? He did. Dog. Dog. Why'd he do Willie Snead like that? First of all, why is the quarterback setting him up like that? Oh, that's kind of on Snead, I'm not gonna lie. He could have pulled a Lockett. Oh, Snead messed him up. What a what a different set of events. Oh man. They lit each other up. Guy's huge too. That guy was huge too. This Dolphins cornerback is terrible. Mike White. He's better than the Commanders dude though. Alright, we're going ninth. Dude, Commanders defense looks way better this year. I gotta hand it to them. I mean, they sunk a lot of money into that team in general. this free agency, the most by anybody by far. But to have that big of a turnaround, they were probably 30th in the league last year. They're probably the worst defense I've seen in the last couple of years. The Chargers have had some pretty stinking defenses. Ooh. So we got Barkley, Taylor, Garrett Wilson. I'll get Garrett Wilson. He has the biggest opportunity to be a true number one for me this year and be a top 5 receiver. Him with Amon-Ra, Jefferson, Chase, and Hill, and CeeDee Lamb. I'd probably sixth is probably a good ranking for him for Garrett Wilson, but he has a potential to be top 5. You know, one of those dudes I just listed gets hurt, he'll be up there. Jets get into some games that they need to win. Garrett Wilson's going to get some targets. I'll just turn this game off for now. I got to lock in. This Cowboys game, though, going to be pretty good. I'm very interested to see who the starting quarterback is for the Raiders. See how Trey Lance looks, even though I'm not too engaged in it. So most of our top dudes just went. Barkley, Taylor, Kyron, and Gibbs would have probably been a fair next 4 picks. Then Travis Etienne goes as well. We have Pacheco, we have Puka, we have Olave, and then we have Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think I'll have to pass on Harrison Jr. and Pittman Jr. Go with Henry, Olave, or Pacheco. I'll go with Olave. Go with these are 2 teams that are probably going to make the wild card at least, so at least I'll have 2 playoff teams starting receivers. If you look at any of the playoff teams last year, they usually had 1 good receiver. At Steelers was George Pickens. He had a very nice end of the year. The Rams had Puka Nacua. He had a very great year. The best rookie year anyone has ever had, actually. Who were the other wild card teams? Dolphins had Tyreek Hill and Waddle. Other wild card teams. We went over the Rams. Packers had Jaden Reed. NFC South didn't have anybody. Then Eagles had AJ Brown. So all of the wild card teams last year, their number 1 that you thought were going to be their number 1 ended up being their number 1. And then there's one more AFC team. Oh, the Browns had Amari Cooper, who ended up being a good receiver too, especially in the playoffs. So all of those guys were pretty predictable. And then being questioned as the number 1 and then actually being the number 1. It's a good test, though, for each team. I'll give them that. This is a good preseason game. as far as matchup wise. A good defense versus a good offense. That dude's got some hops. Okay, I need a running back here, so let's just pull him up. These receivers might be too good to pass up, but I think I'm going to have to. Go with Walker. He probably shouldn't have fallen this far, anyways, but. Oh, Laporta was still up. It was probably a bad decision. My next pick's coming back around. I like Ayuk here. I like Mahomes here. Yeah, I think I'll go with Ayuk. I like the idea of having 3 NFC West receivers. Or two NFC West players. That's what I meant to say. Alright. So we're coming back around. I think another flex receiver would be nice. I'm trying to get a running back here. Quarterback could be good, but I might wait on CJ Stroud. No, if I want CJ Stroud, I'll have to pick him here. So it's either Tank Dell, CJ Stroud, or George Pickens for me right here. Just because of the upside of all 3 of those players. Probably going to get rid of George Pickens out of that mix. Like Tank Dell. Let me get another running back here. I'm not going to go off 1 year and base that off, getting CJ Stroud. But I did the same with Tank Dell, so. So we got Zamir White, we got Swift. Looks like our other favorite picks are off the board now. So we probably want to get another running back here. Ooh, that's tough. Would you guys rather take Zamir White or what's his name? DeAndre Swift. I picked Zamir White. I think Swift has equal opportunity to be a very good running back. I just believe in the Raiders' offensive line a little bit more. The Raiders might be the Bears might be a team that is going to hit this year. They could be like the Eagles have been the last 2 years. And if you got their players, then any of their players, so we're going to need a tight end here. And I'm going to grab up Ferguson while I can. Njoku just went right before me, so I'm lucky I even got Ferguson. And then Kittle was also off the board. Ingram. Titans kind of went a little bit earlier than they should have. And then these last tight ends kind of fell further back than we would have thought. So the fact I was even lucky enough to get Ferguson, like, look at these next picks: Ezekiel Elliott, Shakir, Khalil Shakir, Tajay Spears, and Jaden Reed. All players I'm fine with taking Ferguson over. He's the number 2 target in Dallas. And he has a play caller that is on the hot seat. Mike McCarthy's job is very hot right now. He can feel heat. He can smell what's cooking. So I like Ferguson's opportunity share as well as his upside. Zach Moss, probably going to go with here. I definitely like him over Deontay Johnson. I like him over Javonte Williams. He's on a better team. Christian Watson's going to have to split enough snaps up. I'll go with Zach Moss. As far as the top 4 prospects there, I was definitely confident in what I chose. Deontay Johnson might be good, but he's had a very spotty career as far as catching the ball. I think he has a good amount of drops. I might be wrong. And then just missed opportunities too, not only because of him, but also because of the Steelers' incompetence in the quarterback room, and incompetence play calling, and incompetence of other players around him to help him out. We need a quarterback still, but I think there's still some pretty decent ones back here. We're just kind of taking L at that position, so we're gonna have to plan around getting 2 quarterbacks, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Some people it works out for them. So that's a position we'll be looking out for this next couple rounds. And then as far as my second quarterback, I'll probably wait to the end. There's enough guys back there, like Matthew Stafford wouldn't be bad to have. Bryce Young would be a good. He'd be a flyer, but he is a competent play caller this year, though. We have 4 receivers and 3 running backs, as well as our tight end. Brock Bowers is still here, so that would be a good, interesting one to grab as a backup tight end. I'll just do it. It'd probably be best to look at these other teams' tight ends before doing that, but this guy needed one, so I got the best projected tight end on the board still. As far as rookies, he's probably going to be one of the best ones, fantasy-wise. Get another receiver too. Why not? So we didn't get a quarterback yet. I think it'll be okay skipping out on Jaden Daniels. Caleb Williams is sitting here now. I like what I've seen from him. I think he, I think he of anybody can break the first round quarterback curse. I don't like any of these other guys as much either. I'll get my quarterback here. No, they don't get my tight end. JT or Saquon. JT or Saquon. So this is interesting because I made a video about it, a 4-minute video, and it's in the one I just posted, but that one's pretty long. If you skip to it, I think it'll really be insightful for what you're kind of asking. The video I just posted, it's like 30 minutes of, I'll just get Lloyd. It's like 30 minutes. Anyways, I'll kind of summarize it though. Jonathan Taylor has a really good roster around him. He's a very good schedule this year to be a dominant running back. He doesn't have much of a depth chart behind him. It's a bunch of journeyman running backs, and then one guy that was drafted by the Colts, I do believe. And so if Taylor can stay healthy, I have him as a top 5, potentially top 3 running back. Obviously, that's dependent on JT being healthy. So potential-wise, ceiling-wise, I'd take Taylor. Well, no doubt. No doubt in my mind I would take Taylor. Ceiling-wise. Consistency-wise and just being on a team that is going to be top in the league. I have the Eagles being a top 3 team this year. So I'll go with my defense now. I'll get the Chiefs defense. So yeah, I actually did a deep analysis of the Eagles schedule as well as the entire league schedule, and I had the Eagles as the number 2 team in the league. So that's kind of the upside with the Eagles. You have a top 2 team in the conference, and you have their starting running back. That usually works out. So if Barkley can stay healthy and the Eagles live up to their expectations, you have a top 2 team in the conference, potentially even getting the 1 seed, and you have their starting running back. That usually works out. Worked out for the 49ers. It didn't work out for the Ravens, but they've always been kind of a strange scheme and setup. So hope that helps. But yeah, I checked the video out. You can see my analysis on Barkley and Taylor. They're both in the top 7 or 8 of running backs. So good luck to you. I'll go with Brock Purdy here. Get a backup quarterback. I have the high upside with Caleb. It's basically a perfect storm for Taylor. Like every single thing that could go right for his position and for him to follow up like he has. Like it's set up for him. I'll give him that. It is definitely set up for Taylor to have a dominant fantasy football season. Just everything. Everything, but the Colts defense isn't that great, so they're not going to be helping too much with time of possession. and that doesn't really matter, in all honesty. And kicker, I'll just get Dicker. Oh, yeah, we'll review this draft again. So, this draft was a little worse. Not as favorable of a draft position. I definitely had a more stacked draft, but I did have some very high upside players. 4 of my top 5 are receivers, so it's a pretty good combination to switch people around with. And then because I got 4 receivers in my first 5 picks, then I could get my running back depth that I think people are going to, of players that I think are going to look good. I got 4 running backs in the next 7, and then as well as Kenneth Walker is my third. So as far as running backs, there's less running backs that have high potential this year than receivers do. So you kind of have some trade bait with that too. Obviously, I like Lloyd a lot. I like Moss a lot. I think their 2 teams are going to be very competitive. And White, Ford, and Walker are going to be on good defenses. So, going to be on teams with good defenses. So, it's going to be kind of a matchup with them. But if I could trade one of them and try and get a better quarterback or something mid-season, something along those lines. Do another 12-man. I keep running this 9th. That's funny, I just hopped in here though. Yeah, I'm going to post that 4-minute Taylor video too. I kind of wish I did now that guy asked. But, man, this Taylor's situation looks so good. It looks so good. I think there's 3 players in this league that can lead the running backs, and there's 4. There's 4 players. No. There's 3. There's 3 players that I think can break the running back rushing record of 2,000 in this league for this upcoming year. And that will be Devon Chain, just because of what he did last year. All the flashes. I mean, that dude can flat out run. It's like a track star, but he's running track star speed in full gear. Like, man, did the Chain look good last year. And just a perfect team around him too, to be a potential guy to break the rushing record. The second guy I'd go with would be Jonathan Taylor, just because of his system he's in. He showed before he's gotten close. He got like 1,700 yards, 1,800 yards. This is kind of the big year for Taylor if he's going to be looked upon as one of the generational running backs of this, generation in the last 10 years, 15 years. He just has a perfect setup. And then third least likely options, I think, would be either Bijan or McCaffrey. McCaffrey obviously has the talent to do so. Obviously, I'm gonna go with Chase here. I mean, that's pretty obvious. You're not sitting out of camp waiting to be paid, and I'm not gonna pick you. It means you're pretty good. Yeah, McCaffrey has the talent to do it. He's just so much of a receiving threat. It is. I mean, I wouldn't rush him for. I don't know. Yeah, I'd probably go with McCaffrey there, actually. So, Bijan would be my fourth then. Like least likely though. Like that would be very hard. But of the four players that I think have a chance to break the 2,000 rushing record, which is already super stupid hard. Like it's not gonna happen most likely. But I think there's four players in this league right now that can do it. And I'd say McCaffrey is one. Taylor is two. A Chain is three. And Bijan is the fourth. Going to get this Cowboys game set up. Scantling got hurt. Bucks are releasing Randy Gregory. Very interesting. Ooh, this is tough. Derrick Henry's a touchdown threat. I'll go with Harrison Jr.'s upside. I like the 1-2 punch of Chase and Harrison Jr. Both guys that were drafted in the top 5 of their draft classes. So, in order to do that, you have to have so much more potential than guaranteed franchise right tackles and left tackles. Like, in order to be drafted top 5 as a receiver, top 5. If you're drafted top 5 as a receiver, you have so much upside that guaranteed blue chip franchise, franchise star left tackles and right tackles. The best potential for tackles to go to the Hall of Fame. So you have like a 50-50 chance of a Hall of Fame left tackle or right tackle there. And you're drafted as a receiver before them. Like that's insane. Insanely. You have to have so much potential. And Chase has obviously showed that. And Harrison Jr. is next in line. And Drake London wasn't drafted top 10 or top 5. I don't think Olave was. Waddle wasn't. All of these receivers. Hill wasn't. Jefferson wasn't. Amon-Ra wasn't. All of the top receivers in the game and in the league, projected it stats wise, everything, weren't even drafted top 5. It's just so hard to do because you have guaranteed franchise tackles, some QBs. He's pick 8. And then, like, you know, great franchise pass rushers, too. Those are obviously harder to get into the Hall of Fame. Pick them. It's pretty random, but run it. Jeez, Neighbors had another tough catch. Holy shit. Even Daniel Jones is like, dang. Even Stroud. That's wild. Dude, these highlights are cool. I'm about to pull this up on stream. I need to follow this up. Dang. Do I get a top quarterback here? Neighbors, after watching that highlight, have the 2 rooks. Or Walker. I like Neighbors. Highest upside out of all of them. We've already seen what Waddle is in that Miami offense. Not that the upside of it isn't, worth the pick, but all the highlights are done now. Great. Man, that Steelers offense looks bad. Has anybody seen them? They look bad. Pickens might not be a safe bet. I feel like great players keep falling to me. Aaron Jones might be too good to pass up. Ooh. Oh, I got auto-picked. Brooks. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Next round coming up. Cowboys Raiders coming up. Pickens went after me. Then Kittle, White, and Swift. I feel like I was pretty good taking Brooks there, top-rated running back in this draft. Aaron Jones, Evan Ingram. Aaron Jones has fallen quite a bit. What's this news about him? I got 10 seconds to read this. I couldn't even read it in that fast amount of time. Oh man. No. Okay, I got picked. Auto-picked Evan Ingram. I was gonna get Burrow, but oh man, Burrow would have been so nice. He might fall to me in the next round. He's gotta make it around 10 picks. It'll be hard, especially because players are going route. Yeah, nope, he's gone. Yeah, I should have got Burrow there. I think Zach Moss will make it around to 89. At least I'm going to test it. But I like these two receivers. Now it's kind of hard to pick between them. Rice or Reed. I'll go with Reed. Rice falling to 79 is crazy. Or what? 84? 83? That's crazy. I was like either picking him or Reed there. I went with Reed, but those were my guaranteed two picks there at 80. They're talking about, are Cowboys a Super Bowl contender? And it's funny too because they have David Carr talking about it. David Carr has some style, I'll give him that, but dude was an absolutely terrible quarterback, if I remember right. Ooh, right here. Ooh, that's tough. I got 4 receivers. I definitely feel like I've been messing this up. And Ferguson's out. I can't get him. I'll go with Moss. I'll get a third string running back with high upside. So I got 4 receivers, 3 running backs, and a tight end. A lot of my guys, oof, man, this draft would have been so good with Joe Burrow. Okay. Man, our team is not looking great. Like what I've seen from Ford, too. Feel like he's pretty underrated at that pick, so. Okay. So we have 4 running backs now and 4 receivers. I'm probably good on running backs. Oh man, there's not many good looking dudes here. There's some good looking running backs here, but I have 4. I'll just get Thomas Jr. for the upside. If he wasn't there, I probably would have went Hawkinson. And if he wasn't there, I probably would have went Marshawn Lloyd or Ty Chandler. Hard to believe in the Vikings anymore, though, now that they don't really have a quarterback. I'll pull on this Raiders game in a sec. Oh man, you guys are looking rough. I just gotta say, that was a rough play call. I like Caleb Williams here. We still got some running backs, so I'll just pick up Marshawn Lloyd. Hopefully Caleb makes it around. He's up against a curse this year. He's up against a curse. He's up against a lot of curses. Caleb Williams. He's got to beat the Bears quarterback curse. Oh, man. Zamir White just went off for a good run. No. There we go. Hey, that's a good play. What a terrible play call. Terrible. Usually when you see teams run that, it's like a concept to get in the middle of the field open, to break the zone. Usually don't see them actually throwing that ball like that. It's such a hard ball to get. Adonai Mitchell would have been good there, but as well. See, they should have ran that on first. It's a good throw by Gardner. Going for it, 4th down. Who is that? Who's that running back? 22? What the heck was that? Oh, man. Oh, Raiders. What was he marking down to? Is he marking down the defense? Did he make that play call? Oh, man. Are we going to see a lot of that? Raiders throwing an incompletion in Gardner? Gotta take the blame for how bad of a call it was. Gotta take smoke and defend it. Rams got a touchdown. Stetson Bennett. Um, We'll get our defense here. Waited too long. Lucky enough to get the Dolphins. Dolphins have a stacked defensive roster. And a lot of guys that are trying to win something this year. Who is this? He looks like a practice squad guy. Davis. Never heard of that dude. Let's get another defense. I have so much depth. It's not even worth picking another guy. Another quarterback would have been nice, but I didn't like any of them there. And if anything, I could try and trade two of my dudes up and go pick up somebody. Curious if Wilkins is going to be good. What a play. Why did the Patriots let him go? That was their first issue. You just didn't want to play for him anymore. Oh, I'm going to skate our kicker here and do a quick recap. Who is this quarterback? Why isn't Lance playing? Jeez. So these first four picks I loved. We got Chase and Marvin Harrison Jr. Two guys with top 10 potential for fantasy endings. Same thing with the chain. Neighbors is... He looks like a very good receiver. Whether he's effective on the Giants team this year, it's yet to be seen, but... And then we got another second running back in Brooks. Got our tight end, Evan Ingram. And then we got a receiver, a couple more running backs, receivers, running backs. Our quarterback really late. We should have gotten a quarterback earlier, but we got enough depth. We also have two Jaguar players and two Packers players stacked. And then we got back-to-back defenses and a Donnie Mitchell to finish out that receiver room. So we ended up with 6 receivers. We got 6 receivers. Our running back depth is pretty... We got good depth. 5 running backs. But we have the top 3... We have 3 receivers that we're going to play, so we really only need to find 2 running backs to start every week. So week 1... I would probably be running forward in a chain. Yeah, I want to run Brooks. He plays the Saints. Bengals play the Patriots. So I might run Moss. Dolphins run the Jags. That sounds like a blowout if I ever heard one. So yeah, week 1, I'd probably run a chain. Jags defense. I'd probably run a chain in Moss. Brooks plays the Saints defense. I'm not doing that. Who do the Browns play? The Browns play the Cowboys. I wouldn't run forward either. And then Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd's more of a backup later season type of player for me in this draft. And then I have Adonai Mitchell too. So I might be able to, trade Adonai Mitchell and maybe a defense for a quarterback. Try and trade up. I'd I'd be interested in. I could run Caleb Williams at first, but I'd have to. I'd have to be watching that free agency and trying to pick up another quarterback. Um, and probably it's just tough. I like these defenses because you know what you're going to get when they play certain teams. If the Dolphins play bad offense, their defense is going to be feasted. Bengals play a lot of rookie quarterbacks, so all right. Let's hop out of here. Got the game back. Man, what? Why is it throwing me in this 14 man? Who is that? Aiden? Okay, I'm not waiting 15 minutes for this. Man. Bad line. Dude, why is there no 12 teams? I'll go earlier. I'll go second to change it up. I've been running a lot of the same. That's Gardner. White should have been running a route there. Why is he blocking that? This is just a rough matchup for the Raiders defensively. Like, in all honesty, their offense isn't going to look this bad. The Raiders' offense isn't going to look that bad. It's just a bad matchup for them. bad scheme to go up against. Denzel Ward is in concussion protocol. You hate to hear it. You hate to see it. You don't ever like to hear about guys getting concussions. You don't ever like to hear that. Alright, we got another fantasy draft going on. I'll get the game back on in a sec. But it's just commercial right now. We're going second overall. Who's going to be my second overall pick? Who would you guys pick? Who would you guys pick at the second? I like CeeDee Lamb and I like McCaffrey there. But Hill is also sitting there too. It's kind of like, why would I not pick a prime Tyreek Hill? It's hard. Plus Hill just got paid. He's in a good mood. He's probably ready to do some backflips in this home opener. Be crazy to be that physically talented to be able to do a backflip standing in like 15 pounds of gear and equipment after sprinting down a turf field 60 yards going 20 plus miles an hour. So yeah, these top two, Lamb's been out because of his contract. Okay, yeah, so I'll go McCaffrey here if he doesn't pick him. He's already got a hurt ankle though. And if Isaac Guerindo's looking good, the 49ers might not use McCaffrey. Depends how serious that injury is. And he's gone anyways. So the question is Lamb, Robinson, or Tyreek Hill? I'll go with Lamb. Well, this game's back on. Cooper Rush. Why aren't they giving Lance the second string? I don't get it. You traded a third round for the dude. Just play him. And if he sucks, then he can watch the film and figure out why he sucked. That guy's huge. Next Cowboys Hall of Famer. Well, let's go. These dudes are getting bullied in there. Wait, where's that? Didn't the Cowboys just pick a guard up? Where's he at? Okay. Yeah, Hill went right after me, so it was pretty fair in that. And then Chase went fourth. Can't believe Chase fell so far in that last one. He fell like seventh. Like Chase should be a top 5 pick this year. I think he should. I think top 5 should be McCaffrey, Lamb, Hill, Bijan, and Jamar Chase. Brees Hall is just as talented as Bijan. Just about, maybe a little less. But they have different skill sets too. But Brees Hall's offense is going to be a lot more efficient, and I think that's going to mess with his numbers a little bit. I mean, the Jets' offense is going to have to be efficient, so the Jets are like last year were in this situation where they were out of the playoffs. It was already over, so they just ran the stats up for Brees Hall and Garrett Wilson how they could. Hopefully they redo the punt. That'd be cool. Oh, okay. So we got Devontae Adams, one of the most talented receivers in the league, cooking a chain. I gotta go with the chain. Too much upside to ignore. I could get another running back here in James Cook. I could also get Kelsey. Have my tight end locked down. Load management is kind of real in Kansas City though, come fantasy football playoffs time. So I'm going to go with James Cook and have a receiving threat receiver or receiving threat running back, and I'll have a 50-point threat running back with the chain because he scored 50 points last year in a game against the Broncos. Oh man. They're really getting these games going though. I feel like there's not as much of a commercial break in between drives. Kamani Vidal didn't do much. Okay, so I got two running backs and a receiver. I really, really, really like this team. Just because they look good together too. The names. This Raiders defense or team looks. This Raiders offense looks really bad. I don't know if Devontae Adams is gonna help too much. Gardner was really staring him down, huh? Kelsey might make it back around to me. I'll definitely be picking Kelsey here. If he does, two more picks. One more pick and I can get Kelsey. Oh my gosh. Alright, so I need a high end. Kelsey should not have fallen that far. I'm gonna go with Malik Neighbors as my number 2. Lamar Jackson at QB could be nice. If he can stay healthy, he would be a threat. I'll get Tank Dell. I'll get my third string receiver done. So my lineup, I could just play every week and I'd feel very confident in how they'd be doing. I'm getting at least 10 from those two running backs. I'm getting at least 15 out of Lamb. And then Neighbors and Tell could probably combine for another 30. So that's 45, 55, 65 points minimum every week. Now I need as high end of a QB as I can. I need as high end of a tight end as I possibly can get. Like best value. And then I need to look for backups too. So if a backup is way up here and I'm like, yes, I need to get this guy because his talent upside and system and everything, the storm he's in is so perfect, then I'll pull the trigger on that. But if not, I have my roster here that I'm confident in playing every week. This is a good number 2 team and I really like it. You have 3 number 1 receivers, and then you have a running back who dropped 50 points last year. You have James Cook, whose usage will not go down this year. So every week I have potential for somebody to blow up and have 30 points for me. Quarterbacks I'll be targeted, and I might pick 71. Obviously Stroud, for sure. And then I like Joe Burrow too. If not, I might be able to wait. And then I'll probably have to look around. So the guy after me doesn't have a QB. He doesn't either. The guy in front of me. And then Simeon doesn't. So, and Jack. So I'm in a pocket of people that need QBs very soon. So if I can get Burrow here, I'm going to get him. If I can get Stroud here, I'm going to get him. And if they're both gone, then I'm probably going to pick somebody else and wait for the next round to come around. In a 12-man, just redraft. Purdy and Caleb Williams usually fall quite a bit. Stroud and Burrow. are the two guys I'm looking at here. Ooh, ooh. So the guy after me needs a quarterback. So I'd be fine with waiting around. I could get a high end tight end here. I'm probably gonna need to grab my tight end. Do I want Stroud though? I'll get Stroud. And Burrow goes. I'll get Stroud and I'll get my tight end. Ferguson. I like Ferguson's potential this year over Pitts, Kittle, and Njoku, so that's where I'll go with that. Ooh, did Madison get hurt? No. Well, I don't think Gardner Minshew wants to even win. I don't think he even wants to be the starter in Vegas. He's just trying to be paid. Jeez. If he's playing the Cowboys starters, that would have been picked too. Okay. We get some interesting guys coming up. I could get another running back. Or I could get another. Trey Lance is coming out, people. Feel like this game's going to be turning up. Okay. I'd like another running back. I like Najee. I like Moss. I like Adunze. I'll go Moss. Get my third running back. And then yeah, Adunze just as good. People like Mostert a lot. He's just so old. I don't know. What do you guys think? Pretty good. Pretty good game. Trey Lance is coming out. I already said that, but it'll get more exciting at least. Get my fourth running back. Running backs have a little better trade value in 12 men. And then I think receivers kind of become more valuable as you get as you join later. I need a player. This is hard. Ravens defense got auto-picked. It's not bad. Really wish I made my pick there, but Trey Lance, baby. Trey Lance with the run. What? We missed his throw. They blitzed him. Pretty bad throw. Jack Jones is just everywhere, dude. Third pass defended. Jeez. Like Adane. Then I could go for another running back. I have 4. Tyrone Tracy's probably my best option at running back. Receivers, I'm not too big of a fan of any of these number 2 guys. I'll go Tyrone Tracy. Stack him and Neighbors up. Oh, give me a break. The Bears preseason starters aren't going to go or are thinking about it. They better go. They the Bears want to be a real team this year. They better not duck that. Another 3 and out this game. If the Bears want to be a real team this year, they better not duck the matchup against the Chiefs. That's like the best. It's like the best situation, best team to play. Even if it's the Chiefs' backups, at least they'll get some real play calling. Okay, so I got 5 receivers, 5 running backs. No, yeah, 5 receivers, 5 running backs. So I could get a backup tight end. I like Downs upside. I'll go with Downs. I have Adonai Mitchell and Downs now, so 2 of the 3 top receivers in Indianapolis are on my team, and they have a very competent and confident receiver or play caller. I could get a backup tight end here. I like Cole Kmet. I'll just get a backup defense though. And kicker is my last pick, so Gardner. I think both these teams miss the playoffs that are on right now. And I'm pretty confident in saying that. Okay. So we got our number one receiver, then got our starting running backs. Ended up getting Neighbors, Tank Dell, and CJ Stroud. I think that's a great combination. Got the Texans combined, and then 4 teams that are realistically going to be pretty decent this year. Got Ferguson and CeeDee Lamb stacked up. That is the Dallas's 2 biggest targets. They got the most targets last year, and I think that'll stay the same. And I got Zach Moss, running back on a playoff team this year with a defense that'll get them the ball a lot, get a lot of stops. Adunze, top 10 draft pick receiver. Then I got Marshawn Lloyd, a defense, Donnie Mitchell, Tyrone Tracy, Downs, another defense, and a kicker. So pretty good draft for number 2. I like that team a lot. I got 3 receivers. Yeah, I got everything. I got a top 10 tight end, got a top 10 quarterback, got one of the best running back 1-2s. And then Dude, Gardner does not want to start. Gardner does not want this starting job. Does anybody agree? He's playing like the worst I've ever seen him. Like Gardner is playing like crap. Gardner is playing like crap. Number 1 pick, baby. We know where we're going. CMC. All right. Pretty good. Jeez, the Cowboys offense is already off the field again. Can't say I'm surprised, but holy. Oh my gosh. Dangerous throw indeed. Can White get a fair ball? Oh my god. How we feeling? How we feeling? I'm not liking this Raiders offense too much. Not gonna lie. I don't know too much about Luke Getsy, their coordinator, but it looks like Gardner Minshew does not want that starting job, even though the Raiders want him to have it. He's like, I took this $20 million just to be a backup. I'll play when you need me, but I was under the impression you guys were getting Pittix. Gardner Minshew looks like he doesn't want the job, and Aiden O'Connell isn't good. Mason Rudolph is on the Tennessee Titans now. Really dragging this game out too. Cowboys just look like they want to get out of there. Okay, we're about to do back-to-back picks. I like these two again. I don't really want 3 running backs. I'll take the chain. I like his upside too much. Ivan May said top 10 running back. Cook is my 10th. I'll just have three running backs. Why not? Why not? So, yeah. And I could trade one of these guys too. I could trade McCaffrey. I could trade Cook. And get good value for them. So we got 3 running backs. We're going to have to get some receivers here. There's some good ones back here, but we got good trade bait and good potential with our running back room. We're just not going to have a true number 1 receiver now. So we're going to have to make up for that by getting a couple of good receivers. And honestly, our game plan now is just to... Our game plan now that we have these 3 running backs, so we're going to get best available when we can. Excluding running backs, we can't take any more on this team for at least 5 or 6 or 7 rounds. So we're just going to take best available. And we have a good core of running backs that we could switch out when they're hurt, off buys. And I like this running back room. 3 top 10 running backs. Sign me up. So yeah, that is our strategy now. They got Royce Freeman. I thought he was old too. Mac Jones had 2 TDs. Ooh, Malik Neighbors. I think I'm going to go with best available, like I said. And I think I'll take Neighbors. And I think I'll take... I do like Dell. I do like Pickens. I'll go Pickens. Pickens and Neighbors will keep me in games. Cowboys just have a running back room. Lance. That guy's got the same number as Turpin. Poor Flournoy. Okay, coming up, I have 3 running backs, 2 receivers. I'm going to get Burrow here. If he's here in this next pick, I'm getting Burrow. Okay, so I got Burrow locked down. Let me get Burrow, and let me get my tight end. Bam. I got my team. I got my team. I got my team. I got my team. Yeah, this is my team, though. It's my core. First overall, baby. Higgins went late. I was thinking about him. I just needed my tight end. I couldn't, have Higgins sitting on the bench. And then have one of these terrible tight ends left. Alright, next pick's coming up. I like Zach Moss here. I might not get him. I don't really need a running back though, so we'll have to go receiver heavy here. I like a Dunze here. I'll get a Dunze. Great third string. High upside. I don't really like these receivers in this pocket here. I'll get Zach Moss again. If he just keeps falling to me, I'll just keep picking him. Zach Moss is going to be legit, people. Zach Moss is going to be legit. Let me repeat that for you. Zach Moss is going to be legit. What does Stephen A. Smith say? The kid can flat out play. No, it's not more so Zach Moss talent. It's the system and the team built around him. He's going to be a hard dude to stop. Okay, coming up, I like Brian Thomas Jr. here. He's a first round pick. He's had some crazy preseason highlights so far. Yeah, I'll go with Thomas Jr. here. And I need another receiver. I'd like another running back. Or I'd like another receiver. I'd like another... Ooh, tight ends are falling off. I'm just going for best available. Caleb Williams would be a good option. I'll get Marshawn Lloyd. I have 5 running backs now. Not exactly the plan I came into this draft with, but there's just so much upside with these guys being on the teams that they're on that I just can't pass them up. I just cannot pass those dudes up. Moss and Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd might have been a bad pick there, though. I will say that. I could have got Caleb Williams. I could have got more of a veteran receiver. Get my defense here. I don't have one yet. It's about time. And then I need another receiver. Tight end would be nice. There's none left. Purdy would be good. Why not? I'll take Demario Douglas. He's on a bad team, but I'm so far down picking now. It's all about upside, and he has good upside. I like Adonai Mitchell, but we also have a Josh Downs here, so I'll just change it up a little bit. What's his name is not a bad pick by any means. Demario Douglas. Douglas is not a bad pick there at all. There's definitely some dudes with better upside, but we just got a couple picks left. We got 3 more. I really like Downs a lot. I like Michael Wilson, but we'd be overdrafted him there. And Dontavian Wicks is interesting. I just think he has another year until he hits his prime. Then we'll just pick best available of these remaining guys. I like this Miami dude here. Schultz would be good. Chuba Hubbard is good. I just have so many running backs. I'll just pick Jalen Wright. Probably should have gone for a backup quarterback just because of Burrow's health. And I could have gotten a better kicker there because the way my roster is set up, I'm probably going to prefer having an extra roster spot just because of how my team is set up. I don't need Jalen Wright here because I already have Marshawn Lloyd, Zach Moss, and 3 more running backs up here. Now, if I had 2 starting running backs and then a bunch of depth guys, then it would be a different story. I'd like Jalen right there, but Okay. And I could have gotten a better kicker there. Doesn't matter too much. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, over having a decently better kicker. But last pick of the draft goes to Dustin Hopkins. Okay, cool. So we'll do a review of this one now. I got McCaffrey, I got a chain, and I got James Cook. So that wasn't the game plan going into this draft, but we can pull up these first three picks. So McCaffrey overall, it's debatable, but if he can stay healthy, he is hands down the best fantasy running back in the entire league. Did two back-to-back running backs. I didn't plan on this, and I wish I kept that other menu up now, but we'll just talk about this. I ain't planning on getting two running backs here, but a Chain's upside is just too high. He has potential to be a top 5 running back this year. The talent we saw last year, the system he's in, the schedule that he plays, Chain is in a good situation. And then James Cook, he's obviously not as talented, and we're not expecting as much from him. But these receivers here, I'm just not sold on. So James Cook, his usage is going to be so high, and he showed so many flashes last year, and the coordinator showed last year as well, that he's going to be getting a good amount of snaps because they want to commit to the run. I picked James Cook, so I had to pivot after that, having 3 running backs. I ended up getting these two. I probably would have got Mahomes there or Hurts if they fell to 48, but I got Neighbors and Pickens. I definitely like those 2 picks over these next 10 guys. And then the next set, Burrow probably should not have fallen to me at 72, but I'll take it. He will be a top 5 quarterback in this league in this upcoming year. His defense is too dominant. It's too well coached, and he has such a good schedule that he can be a monster fantasy quarterback. Same thing with Ferguson. I mean, not the same thing. Ferguson's in the same boat as James Cook. He's going to be getting a lot of snaps, and that's good because they're high upside players, and the only way they're going to be getting better is if they continue to get more runs and more snaps and more passes. So that's the best way to develop players like Ferguson and James Cook that don't have the most don't have the greatest teams that they're on. Just keep getting them the ball when you can. Don't force it, but we really didn't see it forced with Ferguson or James Cook. James Cook a little bit, but if you want to establish a run, you kind of have to force it. So, pause. Anyways, we got Roma Dunze at 96. This seems like a way steal. Addison went after him. He's hurt. Eli McConkey is a rookie. Jameson Williams has not lived up to his first round pick billing. Cortland Sutton is the number 1 in Denver, presumed, but that is a bad Broncos team, and I would not like to have a lot of stock involved in that team, especially picking them with a top 100 pick. So I got a Dunze, and then I paired out Moss with Burrow. So if my analysis of Burrow is correct, then I'm double dipping there. I'm getting the passing game, scoring off the passing game, and I'm scoring off the running game. So if Burrow doesn't throw the touchdown, Moss is probably going to be getting the rushing touchdown. As we move on, we got Brian Thomas Jr. and Marshawn Lloyd. This point is really who you like in the draft. I needed best available, and I needed to prioritize getting more receivers because I already picked 4 running backs up to this point. I picked Brian Thomas Jr. The rest of the receivers did not have the most upside. So I went with Lloyd. I like Lloyd a lot, like a lot. I think he could be a top 20 running back minimum this year. So he's more of a depth piece because I have four running backs, and having him as a depth piece just in case Josh Jacobs gets hurt or if he just happens to become the number one in Green Bay. Green Bay has such a good team built around Marshawn Lloyd that he was worth a pick here. I'm not gonna lie. I like his upside over Jacoby Myers and Jerry Jeudy, receiver wise, and Leggett too. I know people like Leggett. I'm not as sold on him, but he's still a very good player and was almost a first round pick. He was a first round pick, I think. So yeah, I picked Lloyd. I have four running backs at this point. He's never going to get playing time. But then that gives me the opportunity to trade McCaffrey if I'd like, trade James Cook, trade a chain, and try and get a better number one receiver. Personally, I like this team. I'd probably kick the tire on him a couple times before I start to panic like that. But yeah, most of my bench up to this point is just depth, and I'm very much relying on my starters to carry me through. Um, then I got the Chiefs defense, one of the best, well-coached defenses in the league, especially with Bill Belichick gone now. It just moves their ranking up a little bit more. And Demario Douglas, again, at this point, it's just people you like. I know people that like Adonai Mitchell, but I just felt like getting another receiver there was definitely the play. Same thing with Downs. Jalen Wright was a kind of a mistake kind of pick. I like him, but at this point, I have six running backs. So this is really just opening me up to trading one of my top three running back picks. So definitely could have went somewhere else, but not the worst pick. And then I went kickers. So honestly, I really like this team. Definitely I feel like it's going to definitely take a couple weeks before they get going, but I overall like the upside of all of my players, all of my picks, the overall makeup of my team, especially because a lot of the time in this draft, I had to go best available. There was never a number one consensus, oh my gosh, I have to get this guy. And I kind of feel like that was the same with my number two when I was picking number two. This time I was picking number one. So it's kind of a different strategy when you're picking in the top three of this fantasy football draft if you're in a 12-man league, just because I've experienced it a couple times. You just kind of have to pick the best available in some rounds. There's not a clear-cut number one guy that fell to you. There's just it's weird pockets in this draft, and sometimes there's not a true number one dude that you're going to pick no matter what. So then you kind of got to rely more on your morals and more on your research, more on what people have said, and take the balance of risk management and overall like the style of team that you want to have and want to put on that fantasy football field. Chiefs running back room looks nice. Drake May had a good drive. One of those receivers will pop off in New England. I haven't seen much of them, but I got Demario. I think Polk is going to take a little longer to get going, but one more thing about my team too. Oh, going with these three running backs, McCaffrey, Chain, and Cook, I had to. I'm expecting a 20-point game out of one or two of them. So 40, 50 points minimum out of my three running backs that I'd probably have to play a lot. at least until I make a trade or something like that. So I'm expecting 50 plus points out of him. At that point, I have to build around them because I committed to 3 running backs. I don't have a set position and let it go. So, I mean, I do with 2 running backs, but my flex is definitely interesting. So, I had to build around that. So, I went for high upside guys that I think could exceed expectations of their ADP, of their average draft position. Ferguson, I picked him early. I picked Burrow. He pretty much fell to me, so I was like mouth-watering to pick him. I picked Pickens earlier than ADP. Neighbors kind of fell to me too, but I definitely wanted him as well. Chiefs defense, I overdrafted a little bit, and same with the Doomsday. But all of those guys, because I have the 3 running back core, I had to get the best available and highest upside too, to kind of balance having 3 running backs. I don't have a receiver like Justin Jefferson or Chase or Hill that is just going to hold their own every week, or like a CD Lamb, or like a who else we got, or like a Puka, or like a Olave or Harrison Jr. These receivers really went on a run before my next pick. So at that point, I have to get the best available players that will fill up my roster with the highest upside. So that's kind of the strategy I went with that. We'll run another one. Number 8, baby. Yeah, Drake May is interesting. He could be a good backup QB on the team. There's going to be a receiver down there that does hit. I do agree with that. Those running backs, I'd stay away from. I feel like they're going to try to commit to the run, and they're just not going to be able to. His teams aren't going to be as challenged by Drake May, so they're going to be able to stack the box a little bit more. And the byproduct of that is going to be setting up a system to get these quick passes out and feed in these receivers. And plus, that's good anyways, because he's got to build rapport with all of those dudes too. His entire receiver core he has signed up for at least 3 years, so as much as they can commit to the run as possible is the best, because the 2 running backs they have there in Gibson and Ramondre Stevenson are not long-term options for the Patriots. So it's a good point about Drake May. Drake maybe not. Is what I like to call him. Ooh, I need to pull this up. Is that Caleb? It's a good defense, too, he's playing against. I'll give him that. Don't be fooled by the score. Okay. Oh, wow. Tyreek Hill's calling him the new Mahomes. Oh, and speaking of. Speaking of, are you guys ready for this one? Wow. Yeah, I'd be pissed if I was 33 or any of those four dudes around him. Oh my gosh. And then they're just having fun on the sideline. As a dime. Dime and a good play call. They have the same throwing motion. Oh my gosh. Wow. That gave me like goosebumps. That was almost like an insane catch. Fields. Wait, that was Fields? Oh, that was Russ. Wow. Playing four strings. Good job, Russ. Can it beat some four strings? Is that Daniel Jones throwing a pick six? I'd be pissed. Just throw it into the dirt, Jones. Let's see that Steelers play again. That Steelers catch again. Well, let's see this Russ for. Oh, that's not Russ. That's Fields. Man, that's rough. Good job, Russ. He had 47 yards on 8 catches. Yeah, this catch, man. Just laid it in there. Number 8. I'll go with Chase. What else we got in here? A Dunze. Oh. That was a dime. Man, that kid is good. Puka or Olave? I'll go Puka. I like Olave a lot. A lot. That might have been a mistake, but Puka has shown he can be a monster. And somebody's going to have to catch the ball in LA. Maybe get some shots to Devontae Adams. Raiders will be an all-run game and get it out to the flat. Yeah, a lot of dump-offs. I'd have to agree. This game's already back. Okay. Okay, I need a running back here. Oh, man. Ayuk or Josh Jacobs? That's tough. I haven't really experienced that decision yet. Josh Jacobs or... Yeah, Puka. Puka. He just has a competent offense. That's why I picked him. He's a real... Yeah, Ayuk is gone. So it's either QBs or neighbors. I'll go with Mahomes. Pretty easy decision there. I mean, Debo was there too, but not the biggest fan of Debo. There's a bunch of highlights on him. I mean, lowlights on him in the Super Bowl when he played the Chiefs. He was getting locked up. Is bad. So, I imagine the 49ers would like to not go to him as much. Plus, they have McCaffrey there, and he's kind of taking the rushing snaps away from Debo, which was part of his poll. I still think he's going to be a top 20 receiver, but not worth picking that over Richardson or Mahomes. Who else? Richardson, Mahomes, or Hurts. I'd rather have all of them over Debo. Trey Lance, baby. Josh Allen would have been nice too. Shoot. So we're coming back around on some new picks. Yeah, Puka was a good pick for sure. Aiden O'Connell is coming out, people. Richardson's almost made it back around. I could use a tight end here. I could also use a flex. So at this point, it's best available. I got my receiver. I got my receivers. Got my quarterback, and I got my running back. Richardson would be nice. We don't know if he can stay healthy. Pickens or Higgins or Trey McBride here. See, my pick is 65, 56. I think I'll go with the receiver again. I'll go with Pickens. Just based off that catch. That might be a miss. But man, was that catch almost cool. And in. Oh, it's my pick. Ooh. I'll go Swift. Get my second running back. Man, I like this team too. This one's been more interesting. I haven't really ran in this spot as much. But I seem to be getting a good amount of players. I keep hitting good pockets of players to pick from. So 8th overall is not bad. So we got our running backs, we got our receivers filled out in flex, and we got a QB. So we need a tight end at this point. And then at this point, it's best available, baby. We filled our roster out. Man, White, who is that? There's that flat route. Keenan Allen's still on the board. I'd take him if he falls. I'd probably take Keenan Allen here. And then I'd take Reed. So I got Reed and Brian Robinson Jr. coming up. Tight end. Ooh. Ferguson is gone. Oh no. And these guys need tight ends. Alright. Pick 80. I gotta go with Njoku. There's Goddard. There's Bowers. There's not enough prospects here for me to warrant picking picking any of them. I need a tight end that can consistently do good stuff. I'll go with Njoku. So I got Njoku and I got my core set up. Now it's best available again. I love Spears and I love Zach Moss less. I like Spears' upside more, but Moss has a better team built around him. Like a third, yeah, I'll go Moss. Plus, I have Jamar Chase and Zach Moss stacked up too, so if the Bengals are legit, I'll be pretty set. I have a lot of AFC North players on my team too. Okay, I was breaking tackles. I have 4 AFC North players on my team too, so they don't play the most notable defenses, but they definitely play some well schemed defenses. So it'll be kind of a matchup type of situation with all these guys. Njoku, I'm just gonna have to ride with, and yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Week 1, I'd probably play Zach Moss over DeAndre Swift. Moss and Chase against the Patriots defense. Week 1 would be pretty nice. Take an extra running back who's solid, filling with Goddard and Benson. I like that. Yeah, Goddard would be a good pick. I could probably get him not at 104, but the next set. He's pretty far down there. Yo, I think I'll go with Goddard. I like that. He'd be a good switch off. Like if the Eagles are playing the Giants, and Goddard would probably be good. Aiden O'Connell throwing it out of bounds. It's okay, buddy. You tried. They're going for it. If I need it, but I might stack the squad with that pick and get a lesser tight end. Yeah. 8th is kind of weird. Because you get to pick one dude and then you have to wait until the next round and then pick one guy and wait until the next round. You get one player like per 10 player pocket. So you really have to maximize your value. And there just wasn't enough dudes there. It was either Njoku or Bowers. We got a bunch of young players here. No, I got auto picked. Worthy. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I got Worthy in. Oh no, I got Blake Corum. Okay, I am mad about that. Stupid auto pick. And Ford is gone now. Unfortunately. Alright. Just go receiver. It was either him or Mike Williams. Mike Williams could be nice, though. Could be an interesting prospect. Especially if Garrett Wilson gets hurt. Could see Mike Williams getting 10 plus targets a game. He's just an insurance policy, though, I think, for Garrett Wilson. If you think Garrett Wilson's going to get hurt, Mike Williams is very valuable. And he might still be valuable, but not enough. Raiders got some fans there. All these Vegas people are apparently poor. They spend all their money on gambling. All they can afford is the preseason game. There could be some Cowboys fans there too that just can't go see Dallas. Tight ends. That dude picked a bad angle. Yeah, I'll get Goddard here if I can. Goddard is gone. Alright, wait till Komet. I don't know who was overdrafting Goddard, but we got 4 running backs. We got 4 receivers. So best available at this point. We already know tight end's not really viable. A dude just dropped the catch. We got 5 running backs now. Could probably go look to trade one immediately after the draft. And I'm back again. I will go Mike Williams or DeMario. Oh, I need a defense. I'll go with Chiefs defense. All the high upside there's definitely some young high upside, but most of it was running backs, and I don't need that. Well, it's either Ty Chandler or some rookies or Mike Williams. Might as well get the defense. Overdrafting Goddard is crazy. That's true, though. That's what I did last year. I didn't have a tight end, so I had to go with Goddard. Draft him a little early. Next picks around. We got DeMario or Donnie Mitchell here. I'm definitely picking one of those 2 guys. I have my quarterback figured out. Not worth picking Purdy. Jaleel McLaughlin and Antonio Gibson are behind very, very terrible running back or blocking lines. And Rico is an interesting prospect that I might look into, but I have 5 running backs. So I have my pick between Mitchell and DeMario. I don't have any stock in Colts players, so I will go with Adane. DeMario goes right after me, so I think I was spot on with the number 2 guys there. Shakir is also an interesting one of that pocket. Oh, Rico Dowdle falls to me. Oh, I need a backup tight end. And Komet is gone too. This is crazy. These guys are getting good at drafting finally. Yeah, he's gone way early. Well, I don't want those guys. Did I get him? I got him. Nice. So I got 2 Colts receivers too. Feel pretty confident in their system and scheme and the guy getting him the ball. So I like that 1-2 combo I just did. Got 2 more receivers. My running back core is already stacked up, so probably not gonna have too much longer this game on. Trey Lance is still playing. Yeah, I'll have to get a tight end. I'll get Schultz. Schultz over Freiermuth. Cowboys look like crap. And then I just need a kicker. Doesn't really matter. I'll get the gay stir. Aiden O'Connell is coming back out, guys. Hopefully he goes deep. Go deep, Connell. Okay, let's review this real quick. So I ended up with Chase and Puka. Puka fell to me, so I had to get him. So I had my 2 receivers locked down. At that point, it's kind of, I need a running back and I need to fill the rest of my team out. Went with Mahomes with my 4. There was not much upside behind him. And it was a quarterback selection there pretty much. It's either Debo or Neighbors, which are good prospects, but I went with a quarterback there, and it was between Mahomes, Hurts, or Josh Allen. Dang it, I clicked out again. Then this next round, couple more quarterbacks I could have picked, so I could have went for a receiver in the other round, but hindsight's 2020. So I went with Pickens this round. It's either Mahomes and Pickens or Neighbors and Stroud. So honestly, not a bad pull anyways. Then I went DeAndre Swift. There was a running back run, so I was lucky to get one. My plan after this point was to get Ferguson with my next pick, 80th, and that would have still been a overdraft, so I was not planning for Ferguson to go at 68. But I had my 2 running backs and my 3 receivers along with my QB at this point. At this point, there was no tight ends left. All of the ones I would have picked at this pick were gone. So I had to kind of reach to get Njoku because after him, it was a steep fall off. Then I went with Zach Moss. I like the Bengals a lot. Pair him up with Chase. If the Bengals offense is ripping up the team they're playing, then I'll be getting dividends off both those players I picked. Then I went Blake Corum, backup running back. Brian Thomas Jr. At this point, it's kind of just who you like. Brian Thomas Jr. is very young. That's the only bad side with him. He's only 21 years old. So, his body isn't even done developing yet. And then I went Marshawn Lloyd. I like the Packers line a lot. They're going to run the ball a lot, and their schedule is very favorable. So having a backup running back for a team I think is going to be a top 3 rushing team in the league, rushing attempts team in the league, I'm definitely going to take that. And a top 5 schedule to run against as well. Chiefs defense going to be the best we've seen in a while other than last year. And I got 2 Colts receivers. I love the Colts offense, and they're going to be relying on a lot. Dalton Schultz is a backup tight end just because I had to reach for Njoku. And then Matty boy. So pretty good draft. Definitely some points where I overdrafted, and definitely points I had to pivot. Like I was not planning to get Mahomes so early, but I got my quarterback locked down with a player I thought would be great, and yeah, it works out in the end. What a terrible play call. I feel like we're going to see a lot of bad play calls by the Raiders this year. Their coordinator is kind of notorious for doing stupid stuff. But the Raiders are also kind of a momentum team. We saw that against the Colts. We saw that against the Chiefs, playing up, playing higher than their potential, playing up to the challenge. So even though they have these stupid play calls that we're going to be expecting, they will still be an interesting team. What is he doing? Why is he running so far deep? What was that, Connell? What the heck? That was horrible. Why was he running so deep into the pocket? He was perfectly fine. Could just be running to the sideline, but he just takes some arc. It's terrible. Oh, wow. Alright, we are going to get into another mock draft. Pick 10 now. Chase goes off the board. Ooh, Barkley Brown or Garrett Wilson? I'll go with the true number 1 in New York. Betting on them Jets. Oh my gosh! I was just talking crap on this dude. Maybe he felt my bad energy. Puka, Pacheco, or Gibbs? You had some dude wide open across the middle, too. What a jackwagon. What a jackwagon. Expecting a Zach Wilson type of year out of O'Connell. Pittman Jr. fell a little bit. Oh, what do we have here? So a lot of quarterback prospects, and we got Kamara and Jacobs. I'm gonna go with Kelsey. There's just so much talent here that somebody's gonna fall to the next round to me, so might as well get Kelsey. And have a top 2 tight end. And plus, load management is real in Kansas City, but kind of not with Travis Kelce. A little bit. He won't be as effective in the playoffs, just like we saw last year, but I think it is a steep fall off from Kelce to the next tight end. Yeah, look, we still have Jacobs and Kamara. We missed out on Nico Collins. So Kamara, Diggs, Jacobs, Ayuk. Not picking Diggs here. And I don't like anybody after Ayuk, so it's between Kamara, Jacobs, and Ayuk. Kamara's talent is all there, but his team really is not, so it's between Ayuk and Josh Jacobs. I'll go with the two running backs in the NFC North. The Bears don't have a good defensive line, and the Vikings don't have a good defensive line, so that's 8 games for me with my 2 running backs that are going to have favorable defensive lines to go up against. They also both play the AFC South, so that's favorable as well. Their rushing defenses aren't great either. Another holding. Nice. Can't tell if it's O'Connell or not. Oh, Warren's hurt? That's not good. The Steelers' collapse has already begun, guys. If the Steelers have a winning record again this year, then I'll have complete respect for Mike Tomlin. It's been hard over the past years, but this is like the most gauntlet of a year the Steelers' schedule has been. So if he can keep that record for another year, then that would be so impressive. Marvin Lewis. Oh, who is this dude? Bradley? Ooh, okay. So we got two running backs, a receiver, and a tight end. We got a lot of great players here. I like Stroud here. I don't think we're gonna get another good. I Same thing with Kelsey. There's enough guys here that I can feel favorable getting the. I can feel okay with picking the skill position I need, just like tight end, like I did in the last round. One of these dudes is gonna fall to me. At 63, I'd feel comfortable with picking Swift, Zamir. I'd feel comfortable with picking Swift, Pickens, Higgins, and Zamir could be interesting too. He goes Montgomery, so one of my guys is going to fall to me. Swift goes. A little bit unfortunate, but I don't need another NFC North running back. If that division ends up having a hard schedule, then I'd be really sunk with all my dividends, my running back dividends in the same division. It's good because if all the matchups they play are bad, then you get three goes at the same team that has a bad rushing defense. But if that's a wrong analysis of mine, then I have three running backs going up against difficult rushing defenses. Now I got to scheme around that. So I probably wanted to pick Swift there, honestly. I like the allure and the potential. Pickens or Higgins. The Vikings running back was here too. I could add all four of them. Like, that would be a really good strategy if it works out, but we're gonna go for George Pickens here. And need a flex. He's the highest potential flex here. Evan Ingram would have probably been my next pick. Especially with watching these Raiders highlights today. Probably don't want to get any of their offensive skill position players. And, just enjoy the show. Enjoy the Raiders clown show. And not have to cheer for them. That would probably be my strategy in almost all my drafts. Just because they have a good staff room and they have a good roster doesn't mean they're going to do. It doesn't mean just because they have good play callers with good track records doesn't mean they're going to be calling good plays. And that's kind of the only push for the Raiders offense in general. If they're calling good plays for your dude, then that's great for you, but normally just running normal offense, it's not going to work out. Like, look at that throw. It's terrible. This dude looks like Jimmy Garoppolo the second. Sure, he looks real good. The girls are into him, but overall, just not too great. This Raiders offense has been a clown show. Oh my gosh. All three guys have, Pierce is even like getting exhausted with it. There's just been no preparation, no hustle. Doesn't seem like they even care out here. Plus, they got 8 penalties for 75 yards. This offense looks worse than the Steelers' offense did. Oh my gosh, dude. You screw your team taking the delay game and then you throw it into some giant dude's arms. Yeah, look at this freaking guy. Slayton had 59 yards. Pretty good. I've been hearing better and better news with him. But then again, it is the New York Giants, so what are they even going to talk about? This is the first off season they've done anything at all. Alright, so I got 2 and 2 on my running backs, receivers. I like Reed. I like Robinson Jr. too. Oh, this is tough. I should have got a Dunze. I like Moss. Get my third running back, but Robinson Jr. Yeah, I should have grabbed a Dunze there. There's a draft miss. Yeah, I would have picked a Dunze there if I was thinking right. Or even Jaden Reed. Those would have been 2 good picks. Get my third receiver. Because the running back depth here is very nice. I had Robinson Jr., Spears, and Moss. They would have all fallen to me. One of them would have at 87, and I would have been comfortable picking him there. Moss was just kind of an overdraft there. Reed Reed would have been good, and Adunze would have been good to secure their services. Both presumed going to be getting a lot of snaps. I end up with Adunze anyways, so that kind of works. I have 2 Bears players now. I don't know how I only have 1 Bears player, so I do have heavy investments in the division, but I'm honestly kind of fine with that. They do have a very bad schedule this year. Man. These would be some horrible primetime games, I'm not going to lie. If I see the Raiders or Cowboys playing on primetime, I'm probably going to try to avoid them as much as I possibly can. Do they have any? Trey Lance is a handoff merchant. Oh, I like this gassing up. Aiden O'Connell established his rhythm in the third quarter, led a touchdown drive, but ends his night with a pick 6. He really did not get rhythm. He got lucky. There's a couple 3 p.m. games, but there's one 7:30 against the Falcons. It's not going to be a fun one, but it should be pretty interesting. I'd definitely watch it. Cowboys play the Steelers and Giants on prime time. Bunch of 3 o'clock games, and they play the Texans, Bengals, and Bucks on prime time as well. Great. We got 5 Cowboys primetime games. They're definitely better than the Raiders, though. Man, this is... I'll go with Ford. I got a 4th running back. I definitely take him over all those running backs there. And then the receiver situation, not great either. Number 8 is, I don't know, it hasn't been the best draft position so far, but I definitely like, actually I'm lying, I really like my team. I've had better drafts so far tonight, but then I'll probably queue him up. If I don't get him, I will probably get Chase Brown, who just went off the board. Yeah, I would have got Brown to be my backup to be my insurance plan to Moss. Really do think the Bengals are going to be a good, very great team this year. And if you have a running back on a top 5 team record-wise in the league, then it's usually going to work out for you, especially when you pick them as low as I have, Thomas Jr. also goes off the board, so I just lost my top 2 prospects of this round. So I'm going to have to divert and go somewhere else. I have 4 running backs, so it would be good to stay away from running backs. I'll go with Mike Williams. I actually have Garrett Wilson, so if the Jets are going to be passing a lot, I might be able to even get away with playing both of them. So I really like that Mike Williams pick, actually. And I'm kind of glad those teams picked the guys I was looking in the direction of. So hindsight's 20/20, but sometimes it works out for you. Sometimes it's good hindsight. Yeah, I really like that Mike Williams pick there, especially with Garrett Wilson. Like, Mike Williams would be my number 1 if Garrett Wilson went down or had to miss any time. So having Mike Williams as an insurance plan to my number 1 receiver, that's really good, especially when they have a competent and able quarterback. We'll get a backup running back to my guy, too. I think the Jets are going to have to pass a lot, and I have the top 2 options there, and I think the Packers are going to run the ball a lot, and I have the top 2 running backs there. So overall, I'm just stacking up. It wasn't the exact strategy here, but these picks are just falling strangely, so I kind of have to overdraft to protect the picks I have made at this point. There's not a lot of dudes just falling to me at this point, as they have in some other drafts. There's not a guaranteed guy that in these 110s, 120s that I look at and say that I need. So I also like that yeah, I like that the NFL is advertising more mental health stuff too. Hopefully they're giving them discounts or something. The NFL has the worst mental health with their players in the entire league, so or in I think in all of sports. So they definitely need to make fans aware and spread the awareness more, because that's what players are signing up for when they play the sport. Chiefs or Saints defense, that's tough. I'll go with the Saints defense. Normally I go Chiefs, but I'll just switch it up this time. They have a lot of I like the Saints defense. People always say, I feel like I've heard the same thing for the last 3 years, that the Saints have a really good defense, and it just doesn't really show. But this year, they actually, it does show. So maybe it's a year that they don't have a good defense, and everybody's just wrong again. But They have a real legit defense. Their depth chart is absolutely disgusting. Like the Saints, roster wise, have like a top 3 defense in the league. It might even be better. Like you look at like the Eagles, defensive roster wise. You look at the Saints. The Chiefs are up there, but I don't know. I feel like the Saints have a better defensive roster than the Chiefs too. It all comes down to play calling and system, but in the offense that's taking the support off the squad, but so yeah, Eagles, Saints have 2 of the best defensive rosters in the league. And it's almost not even debatable. Like they're just that good. I don't think it is debatable. Okay, I really cannot pick another running back here. I have 5 of them. So I need to go receiver. I'll go DeMario. Next set coming around. I feel like Cole Kmet would be a sneaky good pick here. He's gone though. So, and the quarterbacks don't look great. I don't need another running back. And there's so many left that I can get another prospect if I need it later in the draft. So I'm just going to go receiver here because that's what I need the most. I'll go with Leggett just based on opportunity share. I like Downs there. Dotson showed some flashes. Dontavian Wicks has shown some flashes. I just think he has another year. Gabe Davis, we know exactly the type of player he is. So, and Trey Lance runs in a touchdown. It's crazy it's 11 p.m. and this game is still going on. Last pick of the draft. I'd either go Downs or I'd go Herbert. I got enough receivers. I'll go Herbert. I think he has the highest upside out of all those QBs there. We'll just go him because why not? He showed that he's a pretty decent kicker. right. So I'll do a quick review of this. I ended up with Garrett Wilson as my number one receiver. I have two NFC North running backs, which I like a lot because they have very favorable matchups, schedules, and lines. And, yeah, basically that. Kelsey is a top 2 tight end in the league. He might not be as great in the playoffs, but he'll definitely help me get there in the fantasy football playoffs. Then I have Stroud, who is fixing to be a top 10 QB, so drafted him whenever. It doesn't really matter because you end up with Stroud. George Pickens, he showed some flashes at being receiver, and there's not many options up there in Pittsburgh. And they're going to be desperate to win games. I'm not going to lie. Then I got the Bengals and Browns running backs. I got a Dunze, who is a top 10 draft pick. Mike Williams to beat my Jets, to be my Garrett Wilson clause if he ever gets hurt. I have same thing with Josh Jacobs, with Marshawn Lloyd. I have the Saints defense, which is up to down, a top 5 defensive roster in the league. Demario Douglas showed some flashes and one of the only options up there in New England. Xavier Legette, first round pick as well, right at the end. Justin Herbert. Not expecting much out of him, but a good backup QB to have for sure. He should not have fallen this far. And then Dustin Hopkins. So that was my draft. Probably run one more and then hop off here. Unless it starts to get popping off. But yeah, I felt pretty comfortable with how that draft went. Kelsey, not the biggest fan of picking him there, just because he is a tight end, but at the end of the day, he is Mahomes' number one target and has been since Hill left town. So the sky's the limit for him, honestly. And at this point, I'm sure he has a pull to go to Mahomes, go to Reed, go shove him up, and be like, "Give me the ball some more." So I will be needing him to do that for my fantasy team. Just waiting for some more games to open up. Nice. End up on 12. So yeah, I think that went pretty well. We'll catch the rest of this Cowboys game. See who wins this preseason. I don't know if they got that 2-point or not. If it's tied though, that would be hilarious. Going to overtime in a preseason game that's already gone past midnight. That would be so ridiculous. Like, can you guys just go out and take a knee at this point? Just get the game over with. If this game goes to overtime, that, oh my gosh. I don't. Did they get that 2-point? Might just be 20-18. They just love showing these time lapses of Las Vegas, so Like, that does not look that cool. That's cool. Other Raiders fans. Oh, oh, the Cowboys scored. Oh, this game's over. I just want to see a pick out of this dude. I thought the score was tied. This is a good throw. All right, Taylor and Garrett Wilson. It's who I'm looking at here. I also like Gibbs. Saquon is gone, so I don't have to really think about picking him. So I'm gonna get two of these three guys I'm looking at. Taylor, Garrett Wilson, and Gibbs. I can just queue them up too. So Taylor goes, and I will just run the auto pick to pick Garrett Wilson and Gibbs. So pretty good set there. I had players in these top rounds you can really plan around. Wait, did he throw a pick? No. But in these top rounds, you can definitely build your list out and kind of follow it too. Especially in these top 20, it'd be really easy to build your draft board out and pick, have it set up. And that's kind of what I did there. I'm in the top 14 picks, so as long as I build my top 14 list out, then it makes everything very simple when you're dealing with so many players of different potentials. Alright, that game's over. Let's get it turned off. So we got our running back and receiver. That's pretty nice. So, what we're looking at 36, 37, we'd love to get as many of these running backs as we possibly can up here. So, that's what I'm looking at for here. Really like to see what type of running backs we can get. Because there's a lot. Running backs fall off quite a bit after Kenneth Walker. So, if I can get any of these top 4 dudes, that is kind of my draft position and kind of my strategy at 36. Obviously, if a wide receiver is so talented I can't step away from them, then I do that. But I at least have a contingency plan that I'm going to be taking these 3 running backs pretty much no matter what. And I'd be fine with having 3 running backs on my squad. Okay, well, 2 of them just went. I have Kenneth Walker still available, which is pretty nice. And I'm going to go with him. Oh, yeah. I'm good with that. So we have Kenneth Walker. We have our 2 running backs. Now it is a receiver battle. So Devontae Smith, I like a lot. He's just a little high for me. So it's really between DJ Moore and Brandon Ayuk. DJ Moore has shown he can be that dude, and Ayuk wants to be that dude. I'll go with DJ Moore. Normally, I think I'd go with Ayuk, but DJ Moore is a real menace. And the more I think about him, the more I just think that he's going to be making the Panthers a laughingstock for the rest of his career. I think we're just going to continue to look back on the Bryce Young trade and make fun of the Panthers because they traded a Hall of Famer away for Bryce Young. Yes. So, that is the reasoning behind picking DJ Moore. He's shown he can be that dude. And I think it will just forever be, for the rest of his career, a point where we are laughing at the Panthers for trading away DJ Moore and a ton of draft capital to get Bryce Young. Even if Bryce Young's good, we'll still be like, wow, you traded this receiver away and he had 8,000 yards after you traded him away. Why did he just have to be in that trade package? He had a Hall of Fame career just off your team, not even including the stats he had on your team. He was your best player on your team, best receiver on your team. You traded him away, and he had a Hall of Fame career off your team. What did he even get to? They traded him away for money. Let's see what he even signed for. $110 million 4 years. So $27 million a year they didn't want to pay. Even though you'd be able to get out of that in 2 years. Maybe 3, but 1 year he's hurt. Like worst case scenario, 1 year he's just hurt the whole time. So you end up having a dead year of money. That must really suck to have to pay DJ Moore. Yep, Panthers. I'd love to see it too. I'd love for him to be a top 5 guy as well. So I got my 2 running backs, 2 receivers. Now it's looking towards getting a high-end quarterback, a high-end tight end. As well as best available. George Pickens. Oh, Malik Neighbors. So I will pick Malik Neighbors. And then Stroud, Pickens, Swift are kind of the guys I'm looking at here. I don't think the Bears' offense is going to be that good, so I probably won't go with Swift. I like Stroud a lot. How many tight ends do we have left on the board? I don't think Ferguson will fall to me, but we'll just see. We'll get our number 4 receiver. We'll just have the highest ceiling receiver room we can possibly get. I don't think if you are a bum in the NFL that you would be as disrespectful as George Pickens. So what? So I think he is a real menace. He points at DBs when he beats them in press coverage. He steps over DBs. He bullies DBs. He throws them. Today he got a preseason catch almost, and he pointed at the ref. Like, I don't think you have that type of attitude if you're, struggling to get on the field and struggling to get the ball. It just doesn't happen. You don't bring that type of intensity to the game if you can't back it up. I need a tight end. Jordan Love, Rice, and Dak just went. Some guy panicked and picked Dak. Cause somebody got Jordan Love. That was an overdraft buddy. Maybe not. That could be good again. Joe Burrow is still on the board. Unbelievable that Dak Prescott and Jordan Love both went over Joe Burrow. And Kyler Murray. We got Kyler Murray, Dak, and Jordan Love all over Joe Burrow in this draft. That was insane. He's not the number 4 odds to win MVP for no reason. And if you really believe in Kyler Murray that much, or believe in Dak Prescott that much, then go put some money on him. Else, why are you drafting him over Joe Burrow? Ferguson's still on the board. This would be an unbelievable draft fall if Ferguson falls to me. And that would be very good for me. This guy is Keon Coleman. I don't know what he's been doing this whole time. He's got 3 old running backs. Keon Coleman. And there we go, baby. We got Jake Ferguson. And we have a stacked quadzilla of receivers. So I really need to figure out what my next move is. Gonna have to wait for quarterbacks. I'll just get Ferguson now. And then we're going to need to figure out this last spot for this last pick. I like Zach Moss, and I like Jaden Reed. It's tough. I don't really need 5 receivers. And I think the talent pool drops off after Moss and Spears. I'll go with Zach Moss, baby. What a monster draft. If I was drafting 12th and I got this team, I think the franchise would be afraid, and I think it would be over for anybody that came up against me. I'll go Lloyd over all them. Then I will go Xavier Worthy because why not? Our pick is coming up. Really don't have a quarterback option. That's not good. Let me get my defense at least. Picking Aaron Rodgers this late isn't too bad. 133. They will probably be a playoff team as well. Oh man. So, could we have done anything different? Ferguson fell to me here. I like the Moss pick, and there wasn't a quarterback to pick there anyways, so it was really just best available in preference at this 85 pick. Yeah. So the only regrettable kind of thing was not getting a cute quarterback. I could have had Stroud over Pickens or Stroud over Neighbors, but I like the upside of having four four starting number one receivers. Not starting, but yeah, having four number one receivers. Granted, two of them are on bad teams, and then two of them are on okay teams, but they have really good quarterbacks to throw to them. So Overall, I like how it turned out. Could have been a little better. I'm definitely going to have to target another quarterback because mine is Aaron Rodgers. And that will be very spotty play coming out of him. And Donnie Mitchell just went. That would have been a nice receiver pick for my number 6. I don't really need him though. I really need a quarterback here. Out of all of these guys, I just auto pick something. If auto picked a kicker too, and a receiver. Oh man, yeah. I'm getting almost to the end of it. If anybody has any questions, I could have waited on quarterback. I'm probably just gonna target this guy and play him when Aaron Rodgers has a bad matchup. Both of them aren't going to be great, but I like Goff's fantasy outlook this year over Justin Herbert's because he's already hurt. He is a much better team. So I didn't need a quarterback there. Could have waited. I should have been targeting more best available again because I already have my defense, but now it really is just the best two available. I already have a kicker. I don't know why I'd need another one. I'd probably get a backup tight end, Cole Kmet. Okay, I kind of rushed this. I definitely rushed this. I should have went for different. I should have got Goff first of all. I should have picked Goff, and then I should have thought about more of where I wanted to go. It's all right. Cole Kmet was a top 10 tight end last year, so yeah, top 8. So I have 2 top 10 finishing tight ends, 8 and 9. Pretty good prospects for me. Pretty good prospects for me indeed. So let me do something really quick and then I'll review how it all went. So this is how it went. I got a number 1 receiver in Garrett Wilson. He's the best available there. At number 12, and then I got Gibbs, who is on a very favorable team to run the ball, to block for him, to get him the ball, to pass him the ball, pretty much the whole 9 yards. So his outlook is pretty good. The Seahawks play a lot of bad teams this year, and their defense should be better this year. So he should be a good running back number 2 for me. Absolutely. Probably better than a lot of other teams' number 2 running backs. And then DJ Moore, he had 1,300 plus yards last year, so if he can even almost barely replicate what he had, maybe do it even a little worse. It's still going to be great for me. Neighbors, he was number 6 pick in this NFL draft. The guys picked ahead of him were 3 franchise quarterbacks. At least that's what the teams like to think. A franchise left tackle who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. He at least has all the talent and upside to do so. And then a wide receiver who was ranked above the left tackle, and was the guaranteed number 1 receiver picked in this draft. He's that talented. So Neighbors came after those 5 guys. Pretty good prospect himself. Pickens is the number 1 in Steelers country. Jake Ferguson, we already went over that with the tight ends, and Cole Kmet and Jake Ferguson. I have the number 8 and 9 tight ends that finished last year. The Bengals should be fighting for the conference this year and will undoubtedly win the division. So I will have their running back, Marshawn Lloyd. The Packers are going to run the ball a lot this year. So Lloyd should get some snaps. If Josh Jacobs goes down with his injury concerns, then Lloyd is the presumed number 1. And he looked great on tape in film in college too. Worthy and the Chiefs defense, reigning Super Bowl champions, should be good with that. Got Aaron Rodgers and Jared Goff. Should be pretty difficult switching off between them, trying to play. And I'll be at a deficit in my quarterback matchups pretty much every week, but they can keep it close to my opponent's quarterbacks. That should be all right. If Goff scores 12 and the other guy scores 18, then it's only a 6-point difference. I'd rather take the high potential of the guys, the top 7 picks I took over that. Also, quarterbacks went early, so I had to kind of adjust. Quarterbacks usually were being overdrafted in this one. And then kicker and Xavier Legette, who's a first-round pick. So overall, a pretty sound team. I would definitely enjoy switching off between those guys and seeing what they could do on my squad. Okay, I'll run one more and then I will definitely hop off here. End up as an 8. I've already done that one, so I'll do number 5. Number 5 for my last guy. My last mock draft. So let me know what you guys think of that last one. I really like the idea of there being 32 teams in the league, and I have 4 of their number 1 receivers. That would be 1/8 of the number 1 receivers in the league. Which is a higher fraction than the amount of players in my fantasy football league. It should be divided 1/12 by 1/12. Everybody should have 1/12 of the number 1 receivers in the league, but I have 1/8, so I really double dipped in the receiver room, and I really just need to make sure my quarterbacks and tight ends are good to go, and I have 2 of each of those who are both winners in this league. So, and know how to win. The quarterbacks, at least. The tight ends were kind of young bucks, but I just need to figure out those guys and my 2 running backs, and I should be good. And I got Yamir Gibbs as one of my running backs, so that's a definitive start every week, pretty much no matter what, unless he's hurt. So then my receivers, I got to figure out the 3rd spot, but I have those 3 filled up as well. So I really have to figure out my 1 running back open spot, and my tight end, I have to figure out the best matchup for them. Um, and I'd usually start the same dude pretty much every week in Jake Ferguson, so that would be good. And then my quarterback plays. So really, I just have to figure out my one running back and my one quarterback with that draft, which I am very fond of. The less thinking in this league, in this profession, the better. Number five, number five. Bijan or Chase? That is tough. Number one receivers are hard to come by. And matchup wise, Bengals have a lot more favorable year than they did last year. Bengals' schedule was pretty rough last year, especially for fantasy. So this year it'll be a lot better. Bijan would have been a good pick there too, as well as Justin Jefferson. But Jefferson doesn't have a quarterback throwing to him. Sam Darnold is the least exhilarating option probably in the history of all starting quarterbacks.
All this time researching, dude, and you're gonna take an L.
No.
All this shit you're doing, you still gonna take an L.
They call me the champ for a reason, dude.
Who?
The champ. They just call me that dude.
You're gonna have the bummy team you draft. You ain't getting no trades. Whatever bums you get. All this preparation.
Dude,
Your bummy team.
my 12 was crazy, dude. If I get that, it's over for you guys.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My 12th pick,
12th pick.
my 12, when I drafted 12th overall.
Ain't getting nothing good.
Olave and Jamar Chase. Pretty nasty.
You want to get in that team?
No, no.
You want to tell me what kind of team you get? Fumbling real bad though.
I'm just gonna change my franchise name to League Winners, because each one of them is gonna be a league winner. Be the highest scoring playoffs we've ever seen. If I was in best ball, I would have won that 1.1 million with that team.
I doubt you even win a playoff spot this year.
That'd be really funny if I did it. James Cook, get my starting running back. Pretty good with that. Kelsey would have been cool, but a little bit of an overdraft there. Pick 44. Can Brandon Ayuk fall to me? Can Walker fall to me? It's kind of the guys I'm targeting with this one. Yep, let's finish this finish this draft up and call it. So, yeah, I like Ayuk here. And Walker goes. I would definitely take Ayuk here. Ayuk or quarterback or neighbors, pretty much, was the decision. Okay, number 5, if I'm there, then. In that situation, I'm definitely taking Ayuk. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. There is no way. There's no way. Olave, Cook, Ayuk, and now Malik Neighbors have all fallen to me. This is the best receiver room. This is a receiver room you'd expect with a 6-man roster or with a 6-man fantasy league. And I got it in a 12-man. This is absolutely insane. Is this the type of situation the number 5 is always put in? I mean, this is the most stacked team I've ever seen. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. This is what. Oh my gosh. You'd expect this in a 6-man drafting league. I got Chase. And then Olave was there at 20. That was a. Oh my gosh. And then I got James Cook. And then I got Ayuk. Every draft pick so far has been a fall. Yeah, every draft pick has been somebody falling to me so far. Like, can I get Lamar Jackson at this point? Only 3 picks left. This guy doesn't have a QB, so he's probably auto-picking him, but that would be really cool and funny. Oh my gosh. Didn't happen. Brooks, Pickens, or Ingram. I'll just get my quarterback. I like him there a lot at 77. I'm probably going to be taking Ferguson. Ingram goes. Okay. This guy's a tight end. He does too. Joe does not. Do we think Joe is going... Oh, somebody picked Njoku. Yeah, let me get my tight end. I was going to try and finesse Zach Moss too. But we'll just do the safe decision. We will just take the safe decision. How you like this team, dude? I got Burrow, Cook, Chase Olave, Ferguson, Ayuk, and Neighbors. Every draft pick has been somebody falling to me. Cook fell like 6 spots. Olave fell 4. Ayuk fell like 10. And Neighbors fell like 10.
Ain't nobody worried.
Dude, this would beat any team you've ever drafted. Ever.
You just keep on saying that. Keep it up.
And I got Zach Moss.
Get you about 5 points every week.
He only scored less than 5 twice, man. Give him some respect. It looked like the injury kind of took a toll on him, too. Looks like he got injured against Pittsburgh, and then he did bad against Houston, but doesn't look like he got to play, so... I don't think we saw the last of Zach Moss. So we got Pollard, Singletary, or Dunze. Do I want Pollard or do I want a Dunze? I'll go with the Dunze. Higher upside. Higher upside to score more points. Picking a Dunze there. This is not real though. 2 of the 3 best rookies coming out of the class. Ayuk, who is 14th, Chase, who is 11th, Olave, who is 16th, and they all missed time with injuries. So, receiver room looking up. Top 10 tight end. top 12 running back. And then I have the Bengals boys as well, who I think is going to win the division and probably be up there in the conference conversation. So pretty much you couldn't ask for any better of a draft class. That was picking 5 as well. If I could switch this out, I'd switch Chase for Bijan and have Bijan and Cook and Olave and Ayuk and the Rooks. No, I think I might be able to trade for him afterwards, but I would definitely always take Jamar Chase there. Just because these top running backs get undervalued unless they're having a Christian McCaffrey year. Like once you pick Bijan number 7, it's like buying a new car. The second you drive it off the lot, your value is going right in the plunker. So I'll go Marshawn Lloyd. I think that's the best backup running back there. Best running back in general there. Talent-wise, scheme-wise. But yeah. So yeah, with these first-round receivers, Justin Jefferson, Chase, and Tyreek Hill and Lamb are just so valuable because of the name and because of the crazy seasons they've had before. Those 4, especially, you could probably trade those 4 for just about anybody in the entire league. Jefferson a little bit less, because he has a really bad quarterback now. But Justin Jefferson has had the greatest first 4 years to a career in all of NFL history. So you could probably trade Jefferson for any of these other dudes. I just need best available at this point. I'll go Ty Chandler. I am really stacked on receivers. I have 5 of the highest projected ones because this draft has been ridiculous this whole time. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think Ty Chandler's taking that starting job at some point. Not that it's going to amount to much, but and I think Marshawn Lloyd will get some 20 touch type of games this year too. So I think that is in the cards for Marshawn Lloyd. Getting 20 to 25 runs. I'm going to go for a defense here. I'm at 140. Better hop on it now. With 4 other teams going after me, you'd imagine a couple more of these teams are going to be out. And the only ones I'm really targeting here would be the Chiefs and Saints. And if those don't work out, and I'm looking really desperate, I'd probably go for the Bengals. Jaguars have good players, not sold on the scheme or the offense helping at all. Keep the pressure off them. Bills defense, Bills and on is just really bad. Then you're really looking in depth into coaches because the rosters aren't great. The defensive rosters. The Eagles' defensive roster is really good. But I'll go Chiefs defense. So I can set it and forget it. Really, I mean, what am I even going to change this year? I'm not going to change anybody in my lineup for the whole entire year, which is crazy because I have Neighbors and a Doomsday on my bench. Like, this is just not fair. This is not fair. how is my bench that godly? And then they shouldn't go over anybody that's playing. But I really like Ty Chandler here too. Or I like Ty Chandler and Marshawn Lloyd as these picks too because they have very favorable schedules and good coaches, and they play a lot of bad defensive lines. So having them as potential fill-ins would be good. I feel like Ty Chandler would definitely get me 10 points. Marshawn Lloyd, maybe not, but if Josh Jacobs ever gets hurt, which he has, or it's just a great matchup type of week for him, then Lloyd would be good as well. Now we're going into this. I'll just get the Saints too. Why not? Chiefs and Saints defense. They share a lot of this. They share a lot of similar matchups, and this is the first time I've drafted two defenses, or the second time I've drafted two defenses all night in 4 hours of drafting. But with the Chiefs and Saints defenses, they are so well coached and so well filled up on the roster that the Chiefs and Saints defenses, you kind of know the type of week they're going to have. If the Chiefs play the Raiders, they're probably going to have a good week. If the Saints play the Panthers, they're probably going to have a good week. The Saints had some good weeks against Tampa Bay too. The Saints blew out the Patriots. They had like one of the best scores all year. Or I'll show it too instead of just talking about it. They had 22 against the Patriots, one of the worst offenses in the league, and they blew them out. Chicago had one of the most incompetent offenses in the league last year. They blew them out. They had 12, and they blew them out. Carolina, they did 9. You'd expect more out of them. But Jordan Love is like in his third or fourth start, so you kind of expect 9 out of them there. 18 against Carolina, that's when they started to do good. Giants had one of the worst offenses on the field last year. They had 14 against them. Tampa Bay, they had 13. The Saints' defensive roster is probably top 5 in the league. I've been saying it over and over tonight. Their defensive roster is so ridiculous, and they have great matchups and great teams they play to. Great teams to play against. I'll go Elijah Mitchell. Taking rookie running backs usually isn't the play almost all the time because I feel like it just takes a while for them to pick up on the offense. But he has more upside than Hubbard. So if I had a deficit, so say I didn't have Moss and I didn't have Ty Chandler, I just had Lloyd and a couple other dudes like Pollard. Hubbard, I'd probably play over him because they have invested heavily in their line. But now that I have Moss and Chandler, I'd probably play them week to week if I needed to. That Chuba Hubbard would kind of have that role. But instead I have them, so week to week they're not going to be as great. But Hubbard is kind of the same thing. I actually have Hubbard rated higher than Tyrone Tracy, but Tyrone Tracy fits my roster better. I have Ty Chandler and Moss, who I could play week to week, and they get me some amount of points, especially matchup-wise and injury-wise. They're eventually going to get some snaps. And then James Cook's the ultimate number 1. So I have 3 dudes that I'd pretty much play week to week if I needed to. And then I had Marshawn Lloyd too, who is like just a extra spot, an extra player on a offense that I think is going to be great this year. So Tyrone Tracy kind of fit the Lloyd role as well as the number 5 running back on my team because I'm not going to play him week to week. If he's up against the Cowboys, I'm not going to play him. in all honesty. If he's up against the Saints, I'm probably not going to play him. If he's up against the Browns, if he's up against the Chiefs, if he's up against the Jets, I'm not playing him. But he has a higher upside than Hubbard. Hubbard is going to get his snaps, and his offensive line is a lot better this year. And then I picked Josh Downs because his metrics against man coverage, zone coverage, pretty much every type of coverage last year was above all averages and among some of the best in the league. So Downs is a great and extremely underrated pick at 173. In all honesty, if I was thinking right and not talking about Hubbard, and this was a real draft, I would have taken Downs at 164 just because of the upside of him. Even though I already have 5 receivers. So this draft was absolutely not going to happen. It's a hyperbole, just completely dramatic. If you got this team in best ball, you'd definitely be making the playoffs. You'd be in the top 2 of your division. Like, it's just not going to happen. There's no possible way you get this in best ball. In fact, most of these dudes I wouldn't even have a shot at picking. Almost all of these guys I wouldn't have a shot at picking unless I was overdrafting them. So, like a round early. So I could have the team, but, I could have this exact team, just not Jamar Chase, Just keep picking everybody up in early. So, anyways, that was my draft. Good night. Got 3 subscribers tonight, so appreciate everybody that stopped by. Definitely looking back and getting better both at drafting and talking on here. It's like public speaking, just talking to myself and trying to enunciate better. It's definitely a challenge to talk for 5 hours in a row. So appreciate everybody that came through and asked questions, and I will be on probably Monday night. Yeah, probably Monday night. I won't be on tomorrow. So, deuces. I'll be posting running back stuff. Go check that video out as well. Top 26 running backs for this upcoming year and reasons for all of the rankings. It's a 30-minute video, so if you want in-depth information about the running backs, go check out the full video. Else, if not, then you will get the running back shorts one by one. So, but some of them are cut off because I went more in depth in the full video. So, it'll just kind of end. But anyways, peace out.